Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The sky above the flaming mountains burned crimson and gold, as if the heavens themselves had caught fire. Molten rivers carved glowing veins through obsidian slopes, their serpentine paths illuminating the night with primordial light. Here, in this crucible of elemental fury, legends claimed the world had been forged by ancient gods whose names had long since turned to ash in the mouths of men. Araton Emberhand climbed a narrow path where few dared tread, his calloused fingers finding impossible purchase on heated stone. Sweat traced rivulets through the soot that darkened his bronze skin, yet he pressed onward, drawn by something he could neither name nor resist. The ritual scars that spiraled from his wrists to his shoulders, markings of the Cinderclaw clan, pulsed with a dull heat that matched the rhythm of his heart. 3 nights in succession, he had dreamed of this place, a hidden cavern high in the mountains where the barrier between worlds grew thin. 3 nights he had seen his scarred hands break open black stone to reveal something precious beyond measure. 3 nights he had awakened with the taste of smoke in his mouth and his skin fevered with purpose. The narrow path ended abruptly at a sheer wall of volcanic glass, its surface reflecting Araton's determined expression in fractured symmetry. He pressed his palm against the barrier, and the ancestral scars on his flesh flared incandescent. The obsidian responded, flowing like water beneath his touch, revealing a passage that had waited centuries for his arrival. The cavern beyond pulsed with its own heartbeat, a rhythm ancient and alien. Crystalline formations caught the light of Araton's torch, scattering it in prismatic constellations across walls etched with symbols no living scholar could decipher. At the chamber's heart, nestled in a cradle of raw crystal, rested an oval of pure obsidian the size of a man's torso, not a stone, an egg. Araton's breath caught in his throat as he approached. The egg's surface reflected no light, absorbing his torch's flame like a midnight well swallowing stars. The scars on his arms burned brighter still, ancestral magic awakening in his blood. Without conscious thought, he reached out. The moment his fingers touched the obsidian shell, fractures spread across its surface, not random breaks, but deliberate patterns, like ancient script writing itself into existence. The egg shattered with a sound like a mountain sighing, and amid the fragments lay a creature of impossible beauty and terrible majesty. The dragon hatchling was no larger than a wolf cub, its scales the impenetrable black of the void between stars, eyes like molten amber fixed upon Araton, ancient intelligence already burning in their depths. When it unfurled leathery wings, they seemed to fold space itself, as if each ebon membrane contained galaxies. Noctaris, Araton whispered, the name appearing in his mind unbidden. The hatchling tilted its head, regarding the human with curious intensity before crawling onto his scarred forearm. Where they touched, Araton's clan markings ignited with golden fire that flowed into the dragon's obsidian scales, creating delicate whirls of luminescence across its midnight form. A bond forged in blood and fire, binding their fates together. Neither noticed the silent observer who had followed Araton's ascent, a figure in crystalline robes who slipped away into the night, bearing news that would set terrible events in motion. 7 days passed. In the secluded forge where Araton worked his trade on the fringes of Cindermere village, Noctaris grew with unnatural speed. Already the size of a mountain lion, the dragon prowled restlessly among glowing embers and hanging tools, occasionally breathing jets of purple-black flame that left scorch marks in the stone walls. Araton hammered relentlessly at an unfinished blade, each strike resonating with the dragon's heartbeat. Through their bond, he sensed Noctaris's growing unease, a premonition of danger approaching that had the young blacksmith glancing repeatedly toward the door. When it finally burst open, he was ready, the white-hot sword in his hand singing through the air. His blade met a barrier of crystalline light that solidified between him and the intruder, a tall figure wrapped in robes that shimmered with sapphire radiance. Behind this first attacker came others, 6 in total, each bearing staffs topped with glowing crystals. "The Order of Crystal Mages," Araton growled, recognition dawning as he backed toward Noctaris. Tales of their arcane experiments and ruthless pursuit of power were whispered even in remote Cindermere. The leader lowered his hood, revealing features too perfect to be natural, skin like polished marble, eyes that held the cold clarity of diamond. "I am Archimage Vexilius," he announced, his voice resonating with unnatural harmonics. "That creature behind you belongs to the Order. Relinquish it, and you may live." Noctaris snarled, obsidian scales bristling as shadows gathered around his form like a cloak of midnight. "He belongs to no one," Araton replied, the scars on his arms beginning to glow. Vexilius smiled, an expression devoid of warmth. "How little you understand, blacksmith. That is no ordinary dragon. It is the Obsidian key, the final element required for the ritual of ascension. Its heart will unlock powers that have slumbered since the elemental wars." His crystal staff pulsed with building energy. "Stand aside, or be reduced to ash." The first blast of crystalline magic shattered Araton's forge, sending him and Noctaris tumbling through the collapsing wall. The dragon spread its wings, catching Araton mid-fall and launching skyward as the entire workshop erupted in azure flames. They fled toward the mountains, crystal projectiles lancing the air around them. Noctaris, though young, flew with instinctive grace, his wings cutting through crosswinds with precision. Through their bond, Araton sensed the dragon's destination, a hidden valley beyond the highest peaks, a place of ancient power. What awaited them there would forever alter the destiny of Moria. The Valley of Whispers lay hidden between twin obsidian peaks, perpetually shrouded in mist that tasted of secrets. As Noctaris descended, spectral forms materialized from the fog, warriors with eyes like burning embers and weapons forged from materials unknown to mortal smiths. "Halt and declare yourselves," commanded a voice like steel over silk. From the mist stepped a woman, whose presence commanded the attention of both earth and sky. Raven hair cascaded past armor of midnight leather inscribed with silver runes. At her hip hung a curved blade that seemed to drink the very light around it, leaving a shimmer of twilight in its wake. "Selene Night Whisper," she introduced herself, studying Araton and the dragon with eyes that held ancient sorrow. "A warden of the renegade brotherhood and keeper of the dusk blade," her gaze lingered on Noctaris. "So the Obsidian one has awakened, the prophecy unfolds." "What prophecy?" Araton demanded, sliding from Noctaris's back. "The crystal mages called him a key. They seek his heart for some ritual." Selene's expression darkened. Vexilius would unmake the world to reshape it in his image. She gestured for them to follow. "Come. What I must show you cannot be spoken beneath open sky." They followed her through the mist to an encampment where dozens of warriors trained in silence, their movements fluid as quicksilver. These were the renegades, exiles and rebels united against the Crystal Order's growing tyranny. At the camp's center stood an ancient oak, its bark embedded with thousands of crystalline shards that glowed with inner fire. "Oh, the prophecy tree," Celine explained, placing her hand upon its gnarled trunk. "The last living witness to the elemental wars that nearly destroyed Moria an eon ago." The tree's crystals flared in response to her touch, projecting images into the mist. Dragons of every element soaring across ancient skies, their majesty unrivaled. Then came scenes of terrible battle as mages wielding crystal power turned against the dragons, binding their souls to artifacts of immense power. The Crystal Order began as dragon allies, Celine narrated, her voice threaded with grief. But power corrupted them. They discovered that a dragon's heart, freely given in death, could bestow unimaginable magic. What began as honored sacrifice became slaughter. The vision shifted, showing dragons retreating to their elemental realms, sealing the pathways between worlds with their final magics. One remained, a majestic obsidian drake, who forged an egg of pure volcanic glass before sacrificing itself to cast the egg through time, to a moment when balance might be restored. "Noctaris is the last," Selene continued, turning to Araton, "yet also the first. The prophecy speaks of the scarred smith who would awaken the obsidian key, not to open a door, but to forge a new path. Your clan's markings are no accident, Araton Emberhand. Your ancestors were dragon binders, keepers of the ancient pact." Noctaris pressed his scaled head against Araton's palm, images flowing through their bond, thousands of dragons in suspended animation, scattered throughout elemental planes, waiting for the call that would wake them from eternal slumber. "If Vexilius takes Noctaris's heart," Selene warned, "he gains power to breach the elemental barriers and enslave the sleeping dragons. If you complete the Dragonbinder's ritual, Noctaris can awaken his kin to restore the balance of Moria." A horn blast shattered the moment, a warning from renegade sentries. Beyond the mist, crystalline light flared as Vexilius and his mages descended upon the valley, their power augmented by dark rituals. "They've found us sooner than expected." Selene drew her duskblade, which hummed with anticipation. "Are you ready to accept your destiny, Emberhand? Once begun, there is no turning back." Araton looked to Noctaris, whose amber eyes reflected universes of possibility. Through their bond flowed certainty. This moment had been written in starfire since before either of them drew breath. "What must I do?" he asked, atop the valley's highest peak as crystal mages lay siege to the renegade encampment below. Araton knelt before an ancient altar carved with draconic runes. Noctaris curled around him protectively as Selene traced sacred oils along the blacksmith's ritual scars. "Your blood carries memories of the ancient pact," she explained, unsheathing a ceremonial dagger wrought from dragon scale. "The ritual requires you to offer essence freely given, not your life, but your humanity. You will become something neither human nor dragon, but a bridge between worlds." Below, the battle intensified. Vexilius had breached the outer defenses, his crystalline constructs clashing with renegade warriors in desperate combat. "We have little time," Selene urged, offering the dagger. Araton accepted the blade, its edge glinting in the moonlight. "Will it hurt?" he asked, not of the cut to come, but of the transformation. "Beyond imagining," Selene answered honestly. "But pain forges the strongest bonds." With unflinching resolve, Araton drew the dagger across his forearm, following the path of his clan's markings. Blood welled dark as night, flowing into channels carved in the ancient altar. Noctaris extended one obsidian talon and opened a matching wound across his scaled chest. dark ichor mingling with human blood. "Blood of my blood," Araton intoned, the words rising from ancestral memory. "Fire of my fire." Two souls forged as one, to kindle flames long doused, the mingled blood ignited with otherworldly flame that engulfed both man and dragon. Through searing agony, Araton felt his consciousness expanding, merging with Noctaris, yet remaining distinct, two flames joining to create something greater than either alone. When the transformation completed, Araton stood changed. Obsidian scales covered his forearms and chest, while his eyes burned with draconic fire. Noctaris had grown to magnificent size, his wingspan shadowing the entire peak, body radiating power that shook the very mountains. Together, they took flight toward the battlefield below, where Vexilius had cornered the last renegade defenders. The Archimage looked up in dawning horror as rider and dragon descended in a maelstrom of shadow and flame. "It is done," Araton called, his voice overlaid with draconic resonance. "The covenant is renewed." Noctaris released a roar that transcended physical sound, vibrating through dimensions long sealed. Throughout Moria, ancient barriers thinned as the call resonated across elemental planes. In hidden caverns, beneath frozen lakes, within the hearts of volcanoes, slumbering dragons stirred for the first time in millennia. Vexilius raised his staff in desperate defiance. "You cannot comprehend what you've done. The old world must fall for the new to rise." "Not fall," Araton corrected, as Noctaris's obsidian flames engulfed the Archimage's crystalline shields. "Transform." Across the land, the earth trembled as elemental barriers dissolved. Dragons of every aspect returned to Moria's skies, scales of ruby and sapphire, emerald and gold catching the dawn's first light. The age of dragons had begun anew, and with it a restoration of ancient balance. Araton Emberhand, neither fully human nor dragon, but something gloriously between, soared with Noctaris above a world transformed. The Dragonbinder and the Obsidian Key had unlocked not conquest, but renewal, the first chapter in a legend that would be told for 1,000 generations. And in the hearts of tyrants throughout Moria, fear took root as the shadow of wings fell upon their dominions. Story 2. High above the mist-shrouded, devastated lands, where ancient ruins and twisted creatures dwelled in perpetual twilight, the magnificent city of Etheria hung suspended like a crown of crystalline spires. Its 7 great towers, forged of luminite and enchanted glass, caught the golden rays of dawn, transforming them into cascades of light that rained down upon the floating metropolis. At the heart of this marvel of arcane engineering stood the grand clock tower, its vast mechanism visible through transparent walls that shimmered with protective runes. The ethereal clock, they called it, the sacred heart of Etheria that had kept the city aloft for 1,000 years, its golden gears and sapphire pendulums dancing in perfect harmony, defying the very laws of nature. Master clockmaker Cronius Vex stood before the immense mechanism, his weathered face illuminated by the azure glow emanating from the central crystal. His fingers, calloused from decades of precision work, trembled as they traced the intricate engravings on his brass measuring device. The readings could not be mistaken. The resonance patterns had deteriorated by 17% since the last equinox. Another copper gear crashed to the floor, its teeth worn to smoothness where they should have been sharp. "Master, I've brought the calibration tools you requested," came a voice from behind him. Cronius turned to see his apprentice, Ilaria Nightwhisper, standing in the doorway. The slender young woman carried a wooden case inlaid with silver runes, her emerald eyes bright with curiosity beneath a shock of raven hair. Unlike most Ethereans with their silver-white locks, Ilaria had always stood apart, an orphan of unknown lineage who possessed an uncanny intuition for clockwork that had caught Cronius's attention years ago. "It's worse than I feared, child," he said, gesturing toward the massive timepiece. "The harmonic balance is failing. Look there. Do you see how the thaumaturgic resonators pulse erratically?" Ilaria's gaze followed his pointing finger. Indeed, the crystal components flickered with uneven light, their normal steady rhythm disrupted by moments of darkness. As they watched, a distant rumble shook the chamber and fine dust cascaded from the ceiling. "That would be the Western observation deck," Cronius muttered grimly. "The third structural failure this week." The falling of Etheria had begun. The council chamber of the Celestial Guardians buzzed with panicked voices, its marble walls amplifying the fear that had gripped the city's ruling elite. Cronius stood before them, his apprentice at his side, as he delivered his findings. The ethereal clock is failing," he concluded, his voice echoing in the suddenly silent hall. "Without intervention, I estimate complete mechanical collapse within 3 months. Etheria will fall." Lord Thaddeus Aurum, Grand Guardian of the Council, rose from his gilded chair, his ceremonial armor, designed to mimic the golden gears of the clock itself, caught the light as he stepped forward. "And what intervention do you propose, Master Cronius?" "Surely the greatest clockmaker in Etheria's history has a solution. The original schematics," Cronius replied. "I need access to the forbidden archives. The answers must lie in the writings of the founders." A murmur rippled through the chamber. Lady Selene Argentum's silver eyes narrowed. "Those archives have been sealed for 8 centuries, by decree of the First Council. To break that seal would violate our most sacred laws. Then Etheria will fall," Cronius countered, his patience wearing thin. Before Lord Aurum could respond, the massive doors of the chamber burst open. Commander Darius Ironheart strode in, his crimson cloak billowing behind him, flanked by a squadron of sky-shard knights. "And Grand Guardian," he announced, his voice cutting through the tension, "we've discovered the source of the clock's failure." His cold gaze fixed on Cronius. "Sabotage." In a fluid motion, the knights surrounded Cronius and Ilaria, drawing their crystalline blades. "Cronius Vex," intoned Commander Ironheart, "you are charged with treason against Etheria. The evidence is irrefutable. Residue of corruption magic has been found on the clock's primary gears, corruption that matches the unique arcane signature of tools found in your workshop." "This is absurd," Cronius protested, but his words fell on deaf ears as the council erupted in outrage. "Take them to the skybound prison," ordered Lord Aurum, his face a mask of righteous fury. "Schedule the execution for tomorrow's dawn. Etheria will have justice." As the knights dragged them from the chamber, Ilaria caught Cronius's eye. The old clockmaker gave an almost imperceptible nod toward the window, where the distant eastern tower stood silhouetted against the setting sun. Their escape would need to be as precisely timed as the clock itself. Midnight found them racing through the underbelly of Etheria, through maintenance tunnels known only to those who serviced the city's intricate mechanisms. Cronius led the way, his old bones protesting the exertion, while Ilaria followed close behind, clutching a satchel containing his most precious tools and journals. "How did you unlock the cell?" Ilaria whispered, as they paused at a junction, the old master consulting a faded map etched into a copper plate. "The prison was designed by my great-grandfather," Cronius replied with a hint of pride. "The locks haven't changed in 2 centuries. Now quickly, we must reach the service gondola before the shift change." They emerged onto a narrow platform extending from beneath the city's edge, where a small, unadorned gondola hung suspended from tarnished cables. Without hesitation, Cronius began manipulating the control mechanism, and with a lurch, the gondola detached from its moorings. "John, they'll pursue us," Ilaria said, watching the magnificent floating city grow smaller above them as they descended toward the mist-shrouded wasteland below. "Not where we're going," Cronius replied grimly. "The devastated lands hold terrors that even the sky-shard knights fear to face." As they pierced the veil of mist, the true horror of the world below revealed itself. The devastated lands stretched to the horizon, a blighted landscape of twisted vegetation and bizarre geological formations. Ruined structures of impossible architecture jutted from the scarred earth, remnants of a civilization far older than Etheria. "The fallen kingdom," Cronius murmured, "our true history, which the Council has buried beneath centuries of propaganda." Before Ilaria could question him, the gondola jerked violently. Above them, one of the cables snapped with a sound like a thunderclap. "Jump!" Cronius cried, grabbing Ilaria's arm as the gondola tipped sideways. They leapt just as the remaining cable gave way, landing hard on the parched earth as their conveyance crashed nearby. Catching her breath, Ilaria asked, "Where do we go now?" Cronius pointed toward a jagged formation in the distance, resembling the broken teeth of some colossal beast. "And to the Moor of Titans. There we'll find the one person who might help us save Etheria, though the Council names him traitor and madman." "Who?" "Morlock the Exiled, once Etheria's greatest engineer, and my former apprentice." They traveled for 3 days through the hostile terrain, evading creatures that defied description, amalgamations of flesh and metal that seemed drawn to the aura of Etherian technology. On the dawn of the 4th day, they reached the moor, discovering not the desolation they expected, but a hidden settlement nestled within the rocky formation. The people of the moor, exiles and descendants of those who had fallen from Etheria over centuries, regarded them with suspicion until Cronius presented a bronze gear marked with his personal sigil. "Take us to Morlock," he commanded. "Tell him his old master has come with questions about the Founders." Within the hour, they stood before a towering figure in a workshop hewn from living rock. Morlock the Exiled wore a mask of hammered copper that concealed all but his eyes, intense orbs of amber that seemed to glow within a fire. Mechanical augmentations had replaced his left arm and portions of his chest, visible through tears in his tattered robes. "I thought you'd come?" Morlock's voice resonated with an unnatural timbre. "When the first islands began to fall, I knew the 1,000-year cycle had begun again." His gaze shifted to Ilaria, and something like recognition flickered in those inhuman eyes. "And you've brought a Founder's child. How providential." "What cycle?" Ilaria demanded. "What do you mean, Founder's child?" Morlock gestured to an enormous mural that covered one wall of his sanctuary. It depicted the construction of the ethereal clock by robed figures, but behind them loomed massive, shadowy forms with multiple limbs and eyes like burning stars. "The truth that Etheria has forgotten," Morlock explained. "The clock was never meant to keep the city aloft indefinitely. It is a seal, a prison for the primordial titans who ruled this world before humanity. Every 1,000 years, the seal weakens and the clock begins to fail. Without intervention, the titans will awaken and reclaim their domain." Cronius sank into a nearby chair, the color draining from his face. "The Council, do they know?" "The original Council knew," Morlock replied. They established the cycle of renewal, a sacrifice of Founder's blood to reset the clock and reinforce the seal for another millennium. But over time, the truth was obscured, the bloodlines lost, the ritual forgotten. His mechanical hand reached out to touch Ilaria's cheek. "Until now, your blood child," It sings with the resonance of the founders. I've heard it since the moment you entered my domain. My parents, Ilaria whispered, were hidden away to protect the last known founder bloodline, Cronius finished, understanding dawning on his wizened features. I never knew. I chose you as my apprentice because of your gift with clockwork, never suspecting. The sacrifice, Morlock continued, must be willing, a heart freely given to renew the seal. He gestured to a device in the center of his workshop, a smaller version of the ethereal clock, its mechanisms exposed. I've spent decades preparing for this moment, constructing a resonance amplifier that can channel the sacrifice directly to the clock above, without requiring physical presence in Etheria. Ilaria stared at the device, then at the mural depicting the towering titans. If I refuse, Morlock's eyes hardened, then the titans will rise, Etheria will fall, every living soul above and below will perish in the cataclysm that follows. The cycle demands completion, one way or another. A tremendous roar shook the very foundations of the moor. Outside, the sky darkened as massive chains of energy became visible, stretching from the earth toward Etheria, chains that were beginning to fracture and dissolve. The binding weakens, Morlock said quietly. The titans stir in their prison beneath the earth. Choose quickly, Founder's child. The cycle waits for no one. Ilaria stepped toward the resonance amplifier, her fingers tracing its intricate mechanisms. There must be another way, Cronius protested, moving to stand between his apprentice and the device. 1,000 years of innovation since the last cycle. Surely we can find a solution that doesn't require sacrifice. Morlock's mechanical arm seized Cronius by the shoulder. Old friend, do you think I haven't tried? For 40 years I've searched for alternatives. There are none. The magic is absolute, a life freely given, or all life forfeit. Another tremor shook the chamber, more violent than before. Far above, visible through a crystalline dome in the ceiling, one of Etheria's smallest spires detached and began to fall, trailing azure energy like a comet. Ilaria placed her hand on her master's arm. It's all right, she said, her voice steady despite the tears that glistened in her eyes. I understand now why I always felt drawn to the clock, why its rhythms seemed to match my heartbeat. I was born for this moment. She stepped around Cronius, approaching the amplifier with resolute steps. But I have one condition, she said, fixing Morlock with a determined gaze. The truth must be preserved this time. No more secrets, no more forgotten histories. The people of Etheria must know what keeps them afloat and the price that was paid. Morlock bowed his head. I swear it will be so. As Ilaria placed her hands on the amplifier's control nodes, golden energy began to spiral up her arms, illuminating her veins from within. The device hummed with increasing intensity, resonating with the distant ethereal clock miles above. Master Cronius, she said, her voice already taking on an ethereal quality as the energy suffused her being. Thank you for teaching me that every mechanism, no matter how complex, serves a purpose. I finally understand mine. The amplifier flared with blinding light as Ilaria's consciousness merged with the ethereal clock. Above, in Etheria, the massive timepiece blazed with renewed power, its failing components regenerating, its rhythms stabilizing. The chains binding the titans strengthened, reinforced by the willing sacrifice of Founder's blood. But something unexpected occurred, something neither Morlock nor Cronius had foreseen. Instead of being consumed by the ritual, Ilaria's physical form transformed, her flesh becoming living crystal, her eyes twin stars of azure light. She had become one with the clock, its new conscious heart. Her voice, when it came, echoed not just in the chamber, but throughout all of Etheria and the devastated lands below. The cycle is broken. I am the eternal guardian now. The Titans shall sleep forever. The ground ceased its trembling. The darkness receded, and high above, Etheria stabilized, its floating islands returning to their proper alignment, the city whole once more. Cronius fell to his knees before the transformed being that had once been his apprentice. Ilaria, what have you done? The crystalline figure smiled, an expression of infinite compassion on her radiant face. I have found a third path, Master, neither death nor continuance of the cycle, but transcendence. The founders understood the power of sacrifice, but they never grasped the potential of transformation. She extended a hand that shimmered with constellations of light. Come, there is much work to be done. Etheria and the devastated lands must be reunited, the wounds of the past healed. A new age begins today, and so the ethereal clock continued its eternal rhythm, no longer merely a mechanical marvel, but a living guardian, watching over the reconciliation of two worlds long divided, a testament to the power of willing sacrifice and unexpected redemption. Story 3. Crimson rivulets traced delicate paths down alabaster cheeks, pooling upon the marble dais like drops of liquid ruby. The stone siren wept blood. Not just one, but all 7 of the ancient guardians that encircled the grand dome of Aquamar's Tidewood Temple had begun to bleed from their unseeing eyes. Their outstretched arms, once frozen in eternal vigilance, now trembled imperceptibly against the shimmering dome that separated the underwater kingdom from the crushing depths of the abyssal sea. Lyranial Tidecaller knelt before the weeping statue, her silver-scaled ceremonial robes spreading around her like moonlight on water. Unlike the other priestesses who fled in terror, she remained, pressing her forehead against the cold stone of the siren's pedestal. The voices that had whispered to her since childhood, voices only she could hear, had fallen silent, replaced by a keening lament that resonated within her very bones. "What troubles you, Guardian?" she whispered, her fingers tracing ancient runes etched into the base of the statue. "Why do you weep when you have stood dry-eyed through 1,000 years of watch?" The siren's lament grew louder in her mind, a cacophony of overlapping melodies that threatened to drive her to madness. Yet within the chaos, 3 distinct notes repeated, a pattern, a message. Lyraniel's eyes widened with realization, just as the grand chamber shuddered. Hairline cracks appeared in the crystal dome overhead, a spiderweb of fractures through which tiny droplets of seawater began to seep. "The barrier weakens," came a grave voice from behind her. High Priestess Marina stood at the entrance to the chamber, her ancient face contorted with worry, the luminous pearls woven into her elaborate headdress casting ghostly shadows across weathered features. "The stone sirens are failing, child. Their magic has protected Aquamar since we descended beneath the waves, but now—" She gestured helplessly at the bleeding statues. "The Council of Tides has convened an emergency session. Your presence is required immediately." Lyraniel rose, casting one final glance at the weeping guardians. "They're trying to tell us something, High Priestess. I can hear fragments, but the message is incomplete." "Then perhaps you are the answer to our prayers," Marina replied, her webbed fingers closing around Lyraniel's wrist. "Come." There is no time to waste. The Council of Tides convened in the resonance chamber, a spherical room nestled at the heart of Aquamar, where swirling currents of enchanted water carried sound with perfect clarity to every corner. 9 elders, their bodies adorned with the phosphorescent markings of their ancient bloodlines, perched upon coral thrones arranged in a perfect circle. At the center stood Lyraniel, surrounded by dancing motes of blue light that illuminated her determined expression. The stone sirens bleed because they struggle against forces they were not designed to contain, she explained, her clear voice reverberating through the chamber. I've deciphered fragments of their song. They speak of 3 crystals of harmony that once amplified their power, crystals that were scattered to ensure no single catastrophe could shatter our protection. Archmagister Valoran, eldest of the council, leaned forward, his scaled brow furrowing deeply. These crystals, where might they be found? The first lies within the shipwreck graveyard, guarded by the restless spirits of sailors lost to the deep. The second rests in the cave of Leviathans at the edge of our territory. And the third, Lyraniel hesitated. The third was taken to the surface world, to the kingdom of Stormhold. Murmurs of dismay rippled through the chamber. Relations with the surface dwellers had soured centuries ago, culminating in the great severance that had driven Aquamar's ancestors beneath the waves. Then we are doomed, pronounced Lady Coraline, her voice brittle as sun-bleached bone. No Aquamarian has walked the surface in 7 generations. I will retrieve the crystals, Lyraniel declared, her voice steadier than her racing heart. Silence fell, broken only by the gentle lapping of enchanted currents against the chamber walls. You are but one priestess, Archmagister Valoran said gently. This task requires strength beyond your mystical talents. Then I shall accompany her, came a rough voice from the shadows. All eyes turned as a figure stepped into the light. Tall and imposing, with shoulders broad as a ship's beam, he moved with the fluid grace of a predator. His skin bore the pale blue tint of Aquamarians, but the jagged scar that bisected his left cheek suggested a life far removed from the peaceful halls of the underwater kingdom. A curved blade of opalescent material hung at his hip, its edge gleaming with an inner light. Daros Shadow Tempest, Valoran acknowledged, his tone cooling considerably. The mercenary who trades his blade to the highest bidder. Why would you offer assistance in a matter that concerns the very survival of our realm? Daros's storm-grey eyes revealed nothing. My reasons are my own, Archmagister, but my skills are undeniable. I've navigated the shipwreck graveyard and survived. I've looked upon the Leviathans and lived to speak of it, and unlike your priestess, I know the ways of the surface dwellers. For what price? Demanded Lady Coraline. A smile played at the corners of Daros's mouth, though it never reached his eyes. Consider it an investment in my continued existence. If Aquamar falls, the abyssal sea reclaims us all. Lyraniel studied the mercenary, noting the way his hand never strayed far from his weapon, the vigilant set of his shoulders. There was more to his offer than simple self-preservation, but the desperation of their situation left little room for suspicion. And I accept his aid, she declared, before the council could object further. Time runs short. The sirens' blood flows faster with each passing hour. Dawn found them at the edge of Aquamar's protective barrier, preparing to pass beyond the kingdom's boundaries for the first time in Lyraniel's life. She clutched her ceremonial trident, its 3 prongs fashioned from enchanted coral that could channel the songs of the deep, while Daros checked the array of weapons concealed beneath his indigo cloak. The shipwreck graveyard lies 2 leagues east, he said, adjusting the breathing apparatus that would extract oxygen from seawater. Similar devices had been fastened to Lyraniel's slender neck, though the sensation remained alien and uncomfortable. Stay close. The spirits there harbor no love for the living, especially Aquamarians. Why especially us? Lyraniel asked as they passed through the shimmering curtain of magic that separated Aquamar from the open ocean. Daros's expression darkened. Because it was your ancestors who lured their ships to destruction with false lights and siren songs? The accusation stung like salt in an open wound. That can't be true. Our histories speak of Aquamar as a place of refuge, established by those seeking escape from surface wars. History is written by survivors. Priestess, Daros replied grimly. Remember that. They swam in silence through increasingly murky waters, the magical luminescence of Aquamar fading behind them. Ahead loomed the vague outlines of broken ships, hundreds of them, from every era, their shattered hulls, forming a macabre underwater forest of splintered wood and rusted metal. Spectral lights drifted between the wrecks, the souls of those who had perished, forever bound to their watery graves. There, Daros pointed toward a massive galleon, its ornate figurehead still intact despite centuries beneath the waves. A mermaid carved from blackened wood, her arms outstretched in supplication. The Siren's Lament, flagship of the Stormhold fleet, sunk during the last battle before the Great Severance. If the legends are true, your first crystal lies in the captain's quarters. As they approached, the spectral lights converged, taking humanoid form, sailors with hollow eyes and gaping mouths, their bodies transparent yet somehow substantial. They surrounded the interlopers, their hatred palpable even in death. They won't let us pass, Liraniel whispered, gripping her trident tightly. Daros drew his blade, which glowed with eerie blue fire underwater. Then we fight. No, Liraniel said, placing a restraining hand on his arm. Violence won't appease them. She raised her trident, channeling her power into its coral prongs. A haunting melody emerged, not heard, but felt through the water itself, a counterpoint to the stone siren's lament. The spirits hesitated, their spectral forms wavering. I hear your pain, Liraniel called out, her voice amplified by the trident's magic. I hear your story, untold for generations. Show us the truth of your passing, and I swear by the depths that justice will be done. The largest spirit, still wearing the tattered remnants of a captain's uniform, approached. Its hollow eyes fixated on Daros, recognition flaring in their ghostly depths. They know you, Liraniel murmured, surprised. Before Daros could respond, the spirit enveloped them both in a cold embrace, and the world dissolved into memory. Lights along the coastline, arranged in the pattern of safe harbor, ships drawn toward treacherous reefs, the triumphant faces of Aquamarians as vessels shattered and men drowned, and a royal insignia, the same markings that adorned Daros's blade, clutched in the hand of the dying captain. The vision released them as suddenly as it had come. Liraniel reeled back, staring at her companion with new understanding. You're of Stormhold royal blood, she accused. Your kingdom fought mine in the ancient war. Daros met her gaze unflinchingly. I am Daros Stormborn, exiled prince of Stormhold, last of my line. My ancestors perished here, betrayed by yours. I've spent a lifetime seeking the truth and a way to lift the curse that has plagued both our peoples since that day. What curse? Liraniel demanded. Oh, the dying curse of 100 drowning sailors, he replied grimly. That Aquamar would one day face the same fate they did, to have the sea turn against them, to watch their protections fail, to drown in their sanctuary. The stone sirens bleed because that curse finally awakens. The spectral captain drifted forward once more, extending a translucent hand in which rested a crystal shard glowing with inner light, the first crystal of harmony. He offers a chance at redemption, Liraniel realized. For both our peoples, Daros nodded, the weight of centuries reflected in his eyes. This is merely the beginning, priestess. The Leviathans guard darker secrets still, and what waits in the abyssal realm will test more than our courage. As Liraniel accepted the crystal from the ghost's cold grasp, a tremor passed through the distant waters, a rumble of ancient power stirring from slumber. The first step toward truth had been taken, but the price of revelation remained to be seen. The stone sirens. Song grew louder in her mind, no longer a lament, but a warning. Beneath Aquamar, something ancient and terrible was awakening. Something her ancestors had imprisoned at terrible cost. Something that would bring both destruction and rebirth to the world, above and below the waves. And somehow, Liraniel knew she and this exiled prince stood at the fulcrum upon which that destiny would turn. The journey had only just begun. Story 4. The battlements of Castle Luminaris shuddered as another volley of arcane fire crashed against its ancient wards. From the highest tower, Princess Miralis Curvaillant watched obsidian clouds gather above her once verdant kingdom. 7 days had passed since Lord Umbral's forces had appeared on the horizon, an army that moved in unnatural silence, their banners emblazoned with a single weeping eye. 7 days of siege, and the outer walls that had stood for 1,000 years, were beginning to crumble. Miralis pressed her palm against the cold stone of the parapets, her heartbeat quickening as cracks spread like veins beneath her fingers. The royal bloodline of House Curvaillant had always been linked to the castle itself. What affected one affected the other. She felt each strike as if it landed upon her own flesh. "Your Highness," rasped a voice behind her, "we must retreat to the inner sanctum." Corvinus, her aged advisor, stood in the doorway, his silver-streaked beard quivering in the bitter wind. Once tall and commanding, the old sage now leaned heavily upon a staff carved from thunderwood, its surface etched with runes that flickered with fading luminescence. "How many did we lose in the eastern barricade?" Miralis asked, though the weight in her chest already told her the answer. 37 turned to stone, my lady," Corvinus replied, his voice cracking. "Lord Umbral was among the attackers." One glimpse of his gaze was all it took. Statues, her brave defenders reduced to cold marble, with expressions of terror frozen upon their faces. Such was the dread power of the Umbral Lord, the ability to transform living flesh to unyielding stone with a mere glance. Miralis followed Corvinus down the winding staircase, her midnight blue battlegown sweeping behind her like a river of stars. Unlike the pampered royalty of neighboring realms, the princess had trained alongside her kingdom's finest warriors since childhood. The elegant silver circlet upon her brow concealed a metal sharp enough to slice through armor. The seemingly decorative gems adorning her bodice could, at her command, release bursts of elemental energy, yet against an enemy who could petrify with a glance, even her considerable skills might not be enough. "The council awaits in the Hall of Ancestors," Corvinus said, guiding her through corridors where ancestral portraits seemed to watch their passage with increasing concern. "But I wonder if we might first consult another source of wisdom." Miralis paused, studying her advisor's face. In the flickering torchlight, shadows deepened the mysterious sigil etched into his left cheek, a mark he had borne for as long as she could remember, yet never explained. "What source, Corvinus? We've exhausted our library of arcane texts. Our seers lie petrified in the courtyard." The old man glanced furtively about before pressing his staff against a seemingly unremarkable section of wall. Ancient stonework shifted, revealing a narrow passage that spiraled downward into darkness. "There are secrets beneath Luminaris that even the royal family has forgotten," he whispered. "Secrets I've guarded for longer than you might believe." The passage descended far deeper than the known castle foundations, the air growing thick with the scent of forgotten magic and timeless dust. Finally, they emerged into a vast, circular chamber whose boundaries seemed to shift with each breath. Hundreds of mirrors lined the walls, each with a unique frame crafted from materials Miralis couldn't identify, metals unknown to mortal smiths, woods from forests lost to time, gems that captured and reflected light that wasn't there. The labyrinth of mirrors, Corvinus announced, his voice suddenly stronger, more resonant. Created during the First Age, when the boundaries between realities were as thin as gossamer. Miralis approached the nearest mirror, its frame twisted into the shape of writhing serpents with eyes of amber. Instead of her reflection, she beheld a battlefield where armies clashed beneath a blood-red sky. At their center stood a warrior queen with her face, yet not her face. Older, battle-hardened, leading a charge against shadowy entities that moved like smoke given form. "What sorcery is this?" she whispered. "Not sorcery, but windows," Corvinus explained, moving to stand beside her. "Each mirror shows a different Moria, a different path your world might have taken, different choices, different fates. In some, you were never born. In others, you rule empires that span beyond the stars, and in a precious few." He guided her to a mirror framed in white gold and moonstones, where she watched herself leading an army that pushed back darkness, a radiant blade held high in triumph. "In these, you defeated the Umbral Lord," the realization dawned slowly. "You suggest I... what? Learn from these other selves. Study their tactics. I suggest something far bolder, Princess." Corvinus's eyes gleamed with ancient light. "The mirrors are not merely windows. With sufficient power, they become doors." The plan was madness. Beautiful, desperate madness. As Corvinus explained, the mirrors could be activated to temporarily draw champions from these alternate realities. Heroes who might fight alongside Miralis against Lord Umbral's forces. But there was a price. Each summoning would drain Miralis's own life force, binding her to these alternate selves in ways that could eventually consume her entirely. "Why not simply escape through the mirrors?" she asked. "Find a reality where my kingdom never fell." Corvinus shook his head sadly. "The labyrinth permits only brief crossings, and never for one of royal blood. You are anchored to this Moria, Princess. Its fate is yours." Above them, the castle trembled as another barrage struck the weakening wards. Time was running short. "How many can I summon before—" She left the question unfinished. "3, perhaps 4 champions before the toll becomes irreversible," Corvinus answered. "Choose wisely." Miralis moved carefully through the chamber, studying the myriad reflections of herself and her kingdom. Some she dismissed immediately, versions where she ruled through terror or had embraced dark powers. Others showed versions of herself too gentle for the brutality of war. Finally, she selected 3 mirrors. From the serpent-framed mirror, she summoned General Miralis, a version of herself who had led armies for 30 years against the Shadow Walkers of the Abyssal Realm. From a mirror bordered with crystallized lightning came Miralis the Spellblade, who had mastered forbidden magics to protect her people. From the third, wreathed in flames that burned cold as winter, stepped the Ashen Princess, a Miralis who had sacrificed her humanity to gain power over death itself. Each summoning left the princess weaker, her life force flowing through the mirrors to maintain the champion's presence in her reality. As the 4th mirror, framed in obsidian and silver, began to activate, Corvinus grasped her shoulder. "No more," he warned. "Your light fades too quickly." Indeed, Miralis could see the translucence of her own fingers as she stepped away, her connection to this reality wavering like a candle in the wind. Her summoned counterparts regarded her with expressions ranging from pity to grim understanding. They knew the sacrifice she was making. "Now," she commanded, straightening despite her weakness. "We fight." The battle that followed would be whispered of for generations, how Princess Miralis emerged from the depths of Castle Luminaris with 3 mirror champions at her side, each wielding powers that defied comprehension, how they cut through Lord Umbral's forces like celestial fire through shadow, turning the tide of a war that had seemed hopelessly lost. The general coordinated their defenses with uncanny precision. The spellblade unraveled the enemy's dark enchantments with counterspells of blinding brilliance. The Ashen Princess commanded fallen soldiers to rise once more, fighting alongside the living. Miralis herself grew weaker with each passing hour, more spectral than solid as her life force sustained the unnatural presence of her alternates. Yet she fought alongside them, pushing toward the heart of the enemy's power, the Umbral Lord himself. They cornered him in the castle's grand courtyard, where petrified defenders stood like macabre statues among wilting moon blossoms. Lord Umbral's helmet concealed his features, but his voice resonated with dark amusement as they approached. "The Mirror Walker awakens to her potential at last," he said, addressing Miralis directly. "How many did you summon, little queen? How much of yourself did you sacrifice?" The princess faltered. "How could you know of the mirrors?" Lord Umbral removed his helmet, revealing a face so familiar that Miralis nearly collapsed in shock. It was her own face, yet twisted by hatred, eyes transformed into wells of liquid shadow that dripped like tears down gaunt cheeks. "Because I found them first," she, the other she, replied. "In my reality, Corvinus showed me the labyrinth centuries ago. I visited 1,000 worlds, drained 1,000 reflections of myself to extend my life and power." A thin smile stretched across features that had once been identical to Miralis's own. "And now I'll add you to my collection." Realization crashed upon Miralis like a wave of ice. "Corvinus," she whispered. "And you knew?" Her advisor stepped forward, the sigil on his cheek blazing with inner light. "I am Corvinus in all worlds, princess, guardian of the mirrors, watcher of possibilities. In her world, I failed to guide her toward wisdom. I cannot, will not, fail twice." The Umbral Lord, this dark reflection of herself, lunged forward with inhuman speed, shadows coalescing around outstretched hands. The mirror champions intercepted, their powers clashing in a cataclysm of light and darkness that shook the foundations of Castle Luminaris. Miralis, nearly transparent now, looked to Corvinus. "There's a fourth mirror you wanted me to use," she gasped. "The one framed in obsidian and silver. What champion would it have summoned?" "Not a champion," Corvinus replied softly. "A truth. In that reality, you found a way to heal what was broken, not merely to fight it, to reweave possibilities rather than tear them asunder." Miralis turned to where her mirror selves battled her darkest reflection in a maelstrom of primal forces. This endless cycle of conflict, versions of herself locked in eternal struggle, suddenly seemed like madness. With her remaining strength, she staggered to the center of the courtyard and cried out, "Enough!" Power surged from her fading form, not the destructive magic of battle, but something older and deeper, the very essence of her being, offered freely. Light burst from her translucent fingers, engulfing both her champions and the Umbral Lord. "I see you," she told her dark reflection. "I know you. And I forgive what you became." The Umbral Lord screamed, in rage or release, none could say, as Miralis's light penetrated the shadows that had consumed her. For a moment that stretched beyond time, all versions of herself existed simultaneously in her consciousness. The general, the spellblade, the Ashen Princess, the Umbral Tyrant, infinite paths, infinite choices. When the light receded, only Miralis remained, solid once more, but irrevocably changed. Her eyes, once the deep blue of the curvailent line, now held shifting reflections like the surface of countless mirrors. "What have you done?" Corvinus asked in wonder. Miralis smiled faintly. "Instead of drawing them to me, I went to them, all of them. I've seen every path, every possibility." She looked toward the horizon where Lord Umbral's armies were retreating in confusion. Their master vanished. I've become the labyrinth. High above in Castle Luminaris, in a chamber now empty of mirrors, a new reflection appeared in the space between moments. A princess who had found neither victory nor defeat, but transformation. A guardian of possibilities, watching over all versions of Moria with eyes that held the wisdom of 1,000 lives. The labyrinth had found its new keeper, and the cycle began anew. Story 5. In the deepest heart of the mountain kingdom of Moria, where ancient halls carved by master craftsmen stretched for leagues beneath the earth, the eternal flame of Durin cast its golden light upon walls of polished granite. Unlike common fire that hungered and consumed, this primordial blaze had burned for 3,000 years without fuel, a gift from the first father of dwarves to his children, a beacon of hope and power in the endless dark. Thorin Shieldsteel knelt before the sacred brazier, his weathered hands trembling as they passed through the dancing flames that should have seared flesh, but instead caressed like summer wind. The fire's warmth had diminished again during the night watch. Where once it had illuminated the vast chamber of ancestry with brilliant radiance that reached the highest vaulted ceilings, now it struggled to light even the intricate runes carved into the stone floor at its base. "You are failing," Thorin whispered, his voice rough as forge stone, "and I know not how to save you." As the last guardian of the flame, Thorin carried the weight of generations upon his broad shoulders. His ancestors had maintained this vigil since the Second Age, when the great dwarven houses had united under Durin's banner. Now, he alone remained, the final scion of a noble bloodline pledged to the sacred fire. The massive doors to the chamber groaned open, admitting Balder Ironbeard, master of the Eastern Delves and Thorin's oldest friend. Snow-white strands woven with mithril beads cascaded over battle-scarred armor as he approached, his face grim beneath layers of ceremonial tattoos. "The tremors have begun again," Balder reported, joining Thorin beside the brazier. 3 miners lost in the collapse of the sapphire shaft, and the shadows... He hesitated, fingers instinctively forming a protective sigil over his heart. The shadows grow bolder. 2 sentries claim they saw flame and darkness moving in the abandoned lower halls. Thorin nodded grimly. The Balrogs, ancient demons of shadow and flame that had slumbered in the deepest abysses since the breaking of the world. Creatures of such terrible power that even to speak their name was to invite doom. Only the eternal flame had kept them at bay, its light a barrier they dared not cross. Until now. "The flame weakens," Thorin admitted, the words like poison on his tongue. "Each day it dims further. I have consulted the ancient texts, performed the rituals of renewal passed down through my bloodline, but nothing restores its strength." "Then Moria is lost," Balder declared, his voice hollow. "We must begin the evacuation. Better to abandon our ancestral home than face what stirs below." Before Thorin could respond, a horn echoed through the chamber, 3 short blasts, followed by a sustained note. The signal for an intruder at the western gate. "Who would dare approach without invitation?" Balder growled, reaching for his axe. Perhaps," Thorin suggested, rising to his feet. "It is the answer we seek." The stranger stood calmly amid a circle of dwarven guards, whose axes and hammers remained trained upon him with unwavering precision. Tall and slender, with features too perfect for mortal craft. His silver hair cascaded like moonlight over robes embroidered with constellations that seemed to shift with each breath. His ears tapered to delicate points, the unmistakable mark of elven kind. "Lower your weapons," Thorin commanded as he entered the antechamber. "He came willingly to our gates. The ancient laws of hospitality apply." "Hospitality?" Balder spat. To an elf, their kind have been enemies of Moria since the Sundering. The stranger spoke, his voice melodious as mountain streams. If ancient grudges held more value than survival, Master Dwarf, I would have remained in my forest halls while your kingdom crumbled. Silver eyes fixed upon Thorin with unnerving intensity. I am Ilarion of the Starwood Conclave. I have come about your dying flame. Silence fell heavy as a forge hammer. No outsider should have known of the flame's condition. It was the most closely guarded secret in all Moria. How could you possibly know of such matters? Thorin demanded. A sad smile touched Ilarion's lips. Because it is not only your flame that falters, Guardian. Throughout the realms, the ancient magics wane. The celestial font of my people runs dry. The wild shapeshifters lose their forms. Even the Veil Walkers find the paths between worlds fading. He extended his hand, palm upward, where a small flame danced, perfect twin to the eternal flame, yet tinged with silver. I bring knowledge that might save us all, if pride does not blind you to alliance. Thorin's private chambers, carved from a single massive ruby unearthed in the glory days of Moria, glowed with warm crimson light as he listened to Ilarion's tale. Balder stood by the door, suspicion etched in every line of his face, while 5 other members of the Conclave of Deep Delvers, Moria's ruling council, murmured among themselves. The eternal flame is not merely fire, Ilarion explained, unrolling ancient scrolls covered in script that blended elven flowing calligraphy with the angular precision of dwarven runes. It is a fragment of the primordial forge that shaped reality itself. 7 such fragments were entrusted to the elder races after the breaking, safeguards to maintain the balance between order and chaos. Dwarven legends speak of no such pact, Balder objected. The flame is Durin's gift to his children, not some shared magic. Because the truth was hidden, Ilarion countered. Consider the evidence before you. He gestured to the scrolls, where diagrams showed the flame connected to 6 other sources of power spread across the known world. These texts predate the sundering that divided our peoples. They were written when elves and dwarves shared knowledge freely. Thorin studied the ancient diagrams. The script was unmistakably authentic, the parchment preserved by magic beyond the skill of modern artificers. If what you say is true, why does the flame now fail? Someone works against us, Ilarion said gravely. Someone who possesses knowledge of the 7 fragments and seeks to claim their power. As each fragment dims, that power flows elsewhere, gathering in one place. His finger traced a pattern on the scroll that connected all 7 sources to a central point. And to restore your flame, we must journey to the Chamber of First Light, the place where Durin originally received the fragment. The Chamber of First Light is sealed, said Nari Gemsir, eldest of the Conclave. Has been since the cataclysm of the Third Age. No dwarf has set foot there in living memory. Then it is time the seal was broken, Thorin declared, meeting the astonished gazes of his kinsmen. If Ilarion speaks truly, we have no choice. And if it is a trap, Balder demanded, if he seeks entry to our most sacred places to steal what remains of our power. Thorin looked to the elf, measuring the sincerity in those ancient eyes. Then I will answer betrayal with steel, but I will not condemn Moria to darkness without seeking every path to salvation. His decision made, he turned to the conclave. Prepare the sacred implements. We depart at the midnight hour. The journey into Moria's forgotten depths would haunt Thorin's dreams for years to come. They descended through grand halls whose magnificence had faded with neglect, past shrines to forgotten gods, through flooding chambers where blind white fish darted among the ruins of ancient aqueducts. Each step took them further from the known passages into legend made tangible. Their company dwindled as they progressed. 2 guards were lost to a sudden chasm that opened beneath their feet, the screams of the falling echoing until silence claimed them. Another 3, including Nari Gemsir, were claimed by living shadows that detached from the walls when their light crystals dimmed. By the 7th day of descent, only Thorin, Balder, and Ilarion remained, their supplies dwindling as quickly as their hope. We are close," Ilarion assured them as they navigated a series of chambers where gravity itself seemed inconstant, allowing them to walk upon ceilings adorned with stalactites like forests of stone blades. The distortions of natural law indicate we approach a place of primal power, or our doom, Balder muttered, yet he pressed on, his loyalty to Thorin outweighing his distrust of their elven guide. They reached a vast circular door, carved from a material that resembled obsidian, yet glowed with inner starlight. No handle or keyhole marred its perfect surface, only an engraving of a flame surrounded by 7 stars. "The seal of the first light," Ilarion breathed, "crafted by the combined arts of all elder races during the Age of Harmony." Thorin approached, his hand drawn instinctively to the engraved flame. "How do we open what was meant to remain eternally closed? With what flows in your veins, Guardian?" Ilarion nodded toward Thorin's hand. The bloodline of Durin was preserved not merely for tradition, but purpose. "You are the key." Understanding dawned. Drawing his ceremonial dagger, Thorin sliced his palm without hesitation, pressing the bleeding wound against the engraved flame. The door absorbed his blood like parched earth accepting rain, and ancient mechanisms stirred within the mountain itself. With ponderous majesty, the obsidian slab sank into the floor, revealing the chamber of first light. Unlike the grand architecture that defined dwarven craftsmanship, this circular chamber was stark in its simplicity. At its center stood a pedestal of unadorned stone, upon which danced a flame identical to the one fading in the upper halls, yet this one burned with full, vibrant strength. Around the walls, 7 alcoves held empty sconces, each bearing symbols of the elder races. "The prime flame," Ilarion whispered, "untouched by time or entropy." "Why was this hidden?" Thorin wondered aloud. "Why not use this flame when the upper one began to fade? Because of me, I suspect." The voice, ancient and melodious, yet undercut with malice, came from behind them. Thorin and Balder whirled, weapons drawn, to face a figure that seemed woven from shadow and light. Neither elf, nor dwarf, nor human. He wore robes of midnight blue, adorned with sigils that hurt the eye to observe directly. A crown of twisted metal balanced upon his brow, each point tipped with a different gemstone. "King Mage Nyarlathos," Ilarion hissed, recognition and horror mingling in his voice. "You know this creature?" Balder demanded. "All elder races once knew him," Ilarion replied, never taking his eyes from the apparition, "the immortal who taught our ancestors the deeper magics, who helped forge the Pact of 7 Fragments, who disappeared after the breaking, presumed destroyed." The King Mage smiled, an expression of terrible beauty. "Not destroyed, transcended, evolved beyond the limitations your kind sought to impose upon magic." He gestured languidly, and tendrils of darkness wrapped around Balder, lifting the struggling dwarf from his feet. "I must thank you for opening the final chamber. For centuries I've worked to dim the fragments, channeling their power to my fortress beyond the veil. The upper flame was simple to access, but this one..." His gaze fell upon the prime flame. "This one required blood of Durin's line." Understanding crashed upon Thorin like an avalanche. "You engineered the sundering, the hatred between our peoples." "A simple matter of whispering the right secrets to the right ears," Nyarlathos confirmed. "Elves and dwarves together might have perceived my work, divided, blinded by ancient grudges nurtured through generations. You were magnificently oblivious." With a gesture from the King Mage, Balder was flung against the chamber wall, his helm cracking against stone as he collapsed in an unmoving heap. Thorin charged with a roar of fury, his axe swinging in a deadly arc toward their enemy's throat. The blade passed through Nyarlathos like he was smoke, and glacial cold numbed Thorin's arms as darkness enveloped him. "Brave but futile, last son of Durin," the King Mage sighed. "Now watch as I claim what should have been mine millennia ago." Nyarlathos approached the prime flame, hands outstretched to embrace its power. As his fingers touched the golden fire, it flared with blinding intensity, not surrendering to his touch, but reacting against it. The King Mage howled as flames engulfed his form, rushing not into him but through him, seeking something beyond. "The blood of Durin awakened more than the door," Ilarion called, suddenly at Thorin's side, helping him break free of the shadowy restraints. It awakened the flame's true purpose, to protect reality from those who would remake it in their image. Together they watched as Nyarlathos's form destabilized, the crown tumbling from his head as he became a maelstrom of conflicting energies. The prime flame surged up the pedestal, through the chamber's ceiling, racing upward through the heart of the mountain. "What happens now?" Thorin asked, supporting the semi-conscious Balder between them as the chamber began to shake. "Restoration," Ilarion answered. "The prime flame returns to its rightful place, carrying with it the power Nyarlathos had stolen from all 7 fragments. The ancient balance reasserts itself." When they finally emerged into the Chamber of Ancestry 3 days later, exhausted and bearing wounds both visible and hidden, they found the eternal flame blazing with unprecedented brilliance. Its golden light filled every corner of the vast hall, driving back shadows that had encroached for generations. Word spread quickly through Moria of the flame's miraculous restoration. Dwarves who had begun preparations for abandoning their ancestral home now celebrated in halls that seemed brighter, more vibrant than any living memory. In the privacy of Thorin's chambers, the guardian of the flame and the elven sage shared wine from goblets fashioned when their peoples still called each other friends. "Will you tell them the truth?" Ilarion asked. "About the Pact of 7 Fragments. About how our peoples were manipulated into hatred." Thorin gazed into the ruby-tinted depths of his wine, seeing reflections of possible futures. "Not all at once," he decided. "Ancient hatreds do not dissolve in a day, but seeds can be planted." He raised his goblet. "On beginning with an unprecedented decree that an elf shall be welcomed as honored guest in the halls of Moria, not once, but whenever he chooses to return." Ilarion's smile held the wisdom of centuries. "And perhaps, when next we meet, I might bring emissaries from the Starwood. Young ones, unburdened by old prejudices, eager to rediscover the crafts our peoples once shared." "I would welcome that day," Thorin said, and meant it. Outside the chamber, the eternal flame of Durin burned with renewed purpose, its light spilling through ancient halls where dwarves began, slowly, to clear dust from scriptures long ignored, texts that spoke of harmony between the children of Earth and the children of stars, of pacts forged in ages beyond memory and dangers that could only be overcome together. Story 6. Deep beneath the towering spires of Moria, where even the bravest dwarven miners whispered prayers before descending, a melody had begun to rise from the darkness, a haunting, irresistible song that twisted through ancient stone like water, finding cracks in armor. It was neither a lament nor a celebration, but something more primal, a call that resonated with the marrow of bones and the dreams of forgotten ancestors. The vast underground city of Khazad-Kelek, greatest of Moria's settlements, had fallen under the song's spell. Miners abandoned their posts to dig relentlessly downward, craftsmen left masterpieces unfinished, and guards deserted their stations, all drawn by notes that only they could hear, whispering promises meant only for them. Valerian Ico Argentio stood at the edge of the grand chasm, silvery hair reflecting the blue-white glow of luminous crystals that lined the cavern walls. His fingers absently plucked the strings of the heirloom harp strapped across his back, the moonfall resonator, crafted from starwood and strung with threads of enchanted silver. Unlike the others who had gathered at the edge of the newly formed pit, he did not stare with hollow fascination into the abyss. Instead, his storm-grey eyes scanned the crowd for a face identical to his own. 7 days, muttered Thoric Ironbeard, captain of the Deep Guard, his massive axe resting against his shoulder. 7 days since the singing began, and we've lost 200 souls to whatever lies below. The dwarf's beard was matted with dust and sweat, his eyes shadowed from sleepless nights, spent holding back those who tried to leap into the darkness. Your return is well-timed, Songweaver, though I wonder if one bard, even one blessed by the melodic spheres, can counter this enchantment. Valerian's voice, when he spoke, carried the subtle harmonic resonance that had made him famous across the 5 kingdoms. My brother is among them. He produced a faded portrait showing 2 identical faces, distinguished only by the cyan streak in Valerian's silver hair. Valerian sent for me before he vanished. His letter mentioned dreams of singing stones and voices that called from behind the walls. The captain's eyes softened. The twin echoes of House Argentsong, together again, though in darker circumstances than your last performance in the King's Hall. He gestured toward a narrow passage cut into the chasm wall. This is the path they've been carving. None who follow return, and those who are restrained waste away, their minds lost to the melody they alone can hear. As Valerian approached the tunnel, the air grew heavy with magic, not the ordered, disciplined magic of mages, but something wilder and more ancient. The tunnel walls were polished smooth by countless hands, and strange symbols had been carved into the stone, glowing with a faint phosphorescence that pulsed in rhythm with a song he could now just barely perceive at the edges of his consciousness. I'll need a guide, Valerian said, adjusting the enchanted lute that hung beside his harp. Someone who knows the deep dark better than any official pathfinder. Captain Thoric's expression darkened. There is one, though you won't like it, and neither will the council. He hesitated, the shadow singer. The prison of Nyx Sombra Canto was unlike any other in Moria. Rather than bars or chains, she was held by silence, her cell designed to absorb all sound, preventing her from utilizing the sonic magic of her people. When Valerian first laid eyes on her, she was sitting cross-legged in perfect stillness, her obsidian skin contrasting with hair that seemed woven from the darkness between stars. A whisperer, Valerian breathed, understanding dawning in his eyes. And I thought your people were mere legends. And I thought bards had better manners, she replied, her voice like velvet over steel, each word carrying subtle undertones that hinted at greater power held in check. Have you come to gawk at the monster Argensong? Or does the desperate council seek my talents now that their precious city crumbles? When Valerian explained his mission, a flicker of genuine emotion crossed her features. The song you describe, it's not meant for human ears, nor dwarf, nor elf. It's a calling, a distress signal from the deepest reaches where my kind sought refuge after your ancestors drove us from the upper caverns. The guards reluctantly released her into Valerian's custody. As they prepared to descend, she revealed her true name in a cascade of musical syllables that made the air shimmer. But you may continue calling me Nyx. Your kind lacks the vocal range for my true name. They descended through passages that grew increasingly strange, caverns where gravity seemed optional, tunnels that twisted in impossible geometries, and halls where time flowed differently, causing torches to burn for days in what felt like minutes. All the while, the song grew stronger, pulling at Valerian's consciousness with increasing urgency. They fear what they don't understand, Nyx explained, as they navigated a bridge formed of crystallized music notes. Your ancestors discovered the Whisperers living in communion with the crystal heart of Moria. Rather than learn our ways, they declared us abominations and drove us deeper, then erased us from history. The crystal heart? Valerian asked, stepping carefully across the transparent bridge that spanned a chasm of swirling mist. The source of all magic in Moria, a fragment of a primordial star that fell to earth when the world was young. The dwarves built their kingdom around it, not understanding that it contained something else, a force from before time. Her eyes gleamed in the darkness. But we Whisperers were its guardians, maintaining the harmonic prison through our songs. As they ventured deeper, they began to find the missing miners and craftsmen, but not as Valerian had feared. They weren't dead or enslaved, they were transformed. Each worked in perfect harmony with others, their movements choreographed like dancers, carving intricate acoustic channels in the stone while humming in perfect counterpoint to the growing melody. "They're preparing the way," Nyx whispered. "The heart is failing. After millennia of containment, cracks have appeared. What sleeps within stirs, and the heart calls for help the only way it can." At the center of a vast, cathedral-like cavern, they found him, Valerian's twin, conducting the workers like an orchestra master, his eyes glowing with inner light. And beyond him, suspended in the center of the chamber, hovered a massive crystal the size of a small house, pulsing with brilliant light that shifted through every color imaginable. Through its translucent surface, a shadow moved, something vast and formless, pressing against its prison walls. "Brother!" Valerian called, but Valerian didn't turn. Instead, he sang, a perfect counter-melody to the crystal heart's song. "He hears you," Nyx said softly. "But he has been chosen as the voice. The heart speaks through him now." She stepped forward, her movements fluid as water. "This is what I was imprisoned for discovering. The truth about the heart. The force within is not evil, merely incompatible with our reality. The ancient Whisperers didn't imprison it out of fear, but compassion, both for the world that would be unmade by its freedom, and for the entity that would be tormented by existing in a reality not meant for it." "Then why is it breaking free now?" Valerian asked, watching as fine lines of light spread across the heart's surface. "Because the songs have been forgotten. The containment was never meant to be permanent. It required renewal every 1,000 years through the combined power of Whisperer song magic and the bloodline of those who first created the seal." She turned to him, her eyes reflecting the crystal's light. "Your bloodline, Valerian. The Argent songs are descendants of humans who worked alongside my people to create the original seal." Understanding dawned on him like the rising of a subterranean sun. "That's why twins are so rare in our family, yet so magically gifted when they occur." "Yes, the original binding required twin sacrifices, one from each people. A Whisperer to direct the song, and a human to provide the will. But there may be another way." She stepped closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. The ancients discovered that a perfect duet, one that balances creation and containment, freedom and form, might strengthen the prison without sacrifice. The Crystal Heart's song reached a crescendo, and cracks began to spread more rapidly across its surface. Valerian turned to them at last, his eyes pools of living light. "Brother," he said, his voice layered with countless others, "you've come to sing the final verse." Valerian understood now. 3 paths lay before them: allow the entity to break free and unmake the world, renew the original binding through the sacrifice of both himself and his brother, or attempt the legendary perfect duet, a harmony so precise and powerful it might reforge the heart without blood payment. As the crystal heart began to fracture, Nyx stepped forward, her obsidian hands raised. "I will guide your voices," she said. "But the song must come from you." The brothers faced each other across the chamber as reality itself began to waver around the failing heart. Valerian removed his instruments, knowing that this song would require nothing but their true voices, the magic they had been born with, the heritage of both their bloodlines. They began with a single note, pure and perfect, that hung in the air between them. Then another and another, building harmonies that spiraled through the chamber. The workers fell silent, their tasks complete. Nyx wove her hands through the air, sculpting their voices into patterns that matched the fracture lines in the heart. As the brothers sang, their memories flowed between them. Childhood games in the king's court, their first performances, the day Valerian left to explore the world while Valerian remained to serve as royal songkeeper. Their voices twined together, becoming something greater than either alone, a third voice born of perfect understanding. The crystal heart's fractures began to glow, not with the light of breaking but of healing. Within its depths, the shadowy entity ceased its struggle, soothed by the harmony that acknowledged both its power and its pain. Nyx's voice joined theirs in the final measures, not dominating but supporting, adding depth and texture that neither human voice could achieve. The perfect triad of voices, creation, containment, and compassion, wove a new binding around the heart, one that did not imprison but balanced, creating a harmony between worlds. As the final note faded, the crystal heart pulsed once with blinding light, then settled into a steady, peaceful glow. The cracks remained, but now they formed a pattern, a map of harmony that would guide future singers in maintaining the balance. Valerian collapsed, the light fading from his eyes, returning him to himself. Valerian caught him, tears streaming down his face. "The song of the depths," Nyx said softly, gazing at the transformed heart. "Not a prison song after all, but a lullaby for that which dreams between worlds." In the silence that followed, a new melody began, softer, gentler, a song of balance rather than binding. And throughout the depths of Moria, whisperers emerged from their long exile, moving among the bewildered workers, teaching them the songs that would preserve their world for generations to come. The twin echoes of House Argent song had found their true purpose at last, not as entertainers or explorers, but as bridges between worlds, keepers of the most important harmony of all.